Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning asking you to watch over our county employees and all the residents of this county and to help these commissioners make the decisions that would follow your will. In Jesus' name, amen. There's the minutes.
Good morning, everyone. I've read the minutes and make a motion that we approve last week's minutes.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. David?
And here are two abatements.
Abatements 2020-177 and 2020-178 for, you have a total, David, or is it?
I didn't do a total on them. No.
Okay. I guess
The tax dollar.
94, is that here?
Yeah.
$94.68 and $12.04. That's my motion.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
And then I have the bills.
Make a motion, we accept the claims for $256,885.35.
Seconded. Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Got just a couple other things to get us started. We've had a vacancy for the Stanton Township Clerk, and we've found someone to take that position now. So I'd like to get a motion to appoint Rebecca Wallace Antrim as the Stanton Township Clerk.
Hey, real quick, David, can you explain how, when you say you found someone, do they have to be approved or voted in or?
They just have to be appointed by the commission.
Okay.
The spot's been open since the election. No one ran and no one took it. And the other officers there located somebody that would take it and
Okay.
all this. So,
Okay.
Well, I'll make the motion, accept
What's her name? Or
Rebecca Wallace Antrim.
Rebecca Wallace Antrim.
that's your motion?
Yes.
I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
And then sheriff is gone to the new sheriff's school. So he sent his numbers out in an email this morning. Yeah, I went ahead and printed that out.
So 26 prisoners, 19 in, 7 out.
And other than that, I know we've got at least one executive session coming up later. I know Doug's going to want one, and I'd like to tack a couple of minutes onto it.
Okay.
I do.
Okay. Bill, you want to come on up? We missed you last week. He said you went, the person that filled in said you was in Vegas or something. I don't know.
Oh, no, I wish. As far as progress, things are picking up. Weather's been a little bit cooperative some days. We do have Mason on board now. He started today. Plumber's on board doing under slab work. Foundations are continuing, making some progress there, kind of getting most of the deep foundations in. So it's going to start coming up out of the ground. It'll go a little quicker now, getting some of the shallower ones in and some of the interior foundations. So hopefully that'll pick up. We got a lot of the LVC down under the slab. We're going to put some more down today. That'll get us about 90% out of the mud in the building. So we'll be looking in pretty good shape there. Utility relocate, power is pretty much done. The only thing I know of really left is the phone company has to reattach their line to the new power poles in the alley and then remove their old poles. That'll complete the utility relocates. So weather holds out, we should, next month or so, make some good progress. We did work Saturday. We're working some Saturdays to try and make up time. Yes, Saturday was a good day. Had Marbury Foundation working Saturday, so trying to make up some of the time we lost in the weather, but.
Good. You got any questions?
What about the building supplies? I mean, I'm hearing building supplies.
It's tough.
Rough. What's happening with the contractors on this?
It's tough right now, and when we're pressing our subcontractors, you've got to order your material earlier than what you have been, because availability is just hit or miss. Prices are really trying to jump. Luckily, we've got a lot of our stuff locked in. Steel's a big one. Joists and deck, structural steel. Even though we had some delays, if you try and delay those people, then they want to hit you for new pricing. So we told them, no, we'll accommodate a laydown area and get the material here. So, we've given them dates. They're committed to those, and, we're trying to avoid cost increases, but right now lumber's a big one. We get, increased analysis year by year. Lumber went up from January last year to January this year, 73%. It's a big one.
Right.
But the price isn't, I mean, yeah, it's bad, but the availability, if you can't get it, it doesn't matter,
Right.
So we're really hammering people about getting their material ordered early. So
On the pricing, do you guys have vendor contracts? You say they're holding their prices a little bit, or?
yeah, somewhat, especially if you can lock in delivery dates and commit them to it. I'm not aware of any increases that we're going to get right now. Like I said, steel would be a big one, and those are locked in. Anything else, would be minor as far as the total cost of the job, but I'm not aware of any, but costs have definitely gone up. So, but.
Is there anything you need from us for the next month, future? I mean, to keep you going? Is there anything that?
I think things been going good. Like I said, you guys pay well, on time, great. That keeps everybody happy and flowing, and
Now, will that affect the final price of this jail? I mean, as far as
the material.
material cost?
Not that I'm aware of at this point. Like I said, if there was some things that, and I'll have to talk to Warren on he's over material purchases and stuff, but I think he's nailed down the big ones. So I'm not aware of any cost increase to the final project because of material. Will some of these guys be hit with it? Yeah, some of the subcontractors definitely, like Marbury and the smaller ones, the concrete companies and things like that. They'll get hit with increases. But we have contracts with them. But.
Right.
Okay.
You got anything?
Anything else? Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I jump back in for just a second, Rick? Just got a message from Tisha. She's not going to make it over, but she gave me her numbers. We've had 784 positive cases now. 17 are still active, and we've had 12 deaths.
Okay. Any more?
Good morning, Galen Anderson, Operations Manager with AMR. In the last 7 days, we've had 11 ambulance transports. And for the month to date, we're sitting at 35 ambulance transports. A few things coming up on April 1st. We're going to do training with Midwest Aero Care, which is one of the helicopter providers that we utilize out of Chanute. And they're going to fly into Pleasanton. We'll do a training with all the ground ambulance crews there. We're trying to do that annually. And then anytime that we hire a new EMT or paramedic, we put them through a training with one of the aircraft companies.
Is any of the, and Doug, you can probably add in, is the fire department's been invited to any of that training or not? Or will they?
They will be. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Is that something you might be interested in, your crew?
We try to go if anybody's available, just with our volunteers, it's awful hard.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, especially during, yeah.
We try to participate when we can.
Okay.
Yeah. And we've, part of it too is to coordinate because we've had the helicopter companies that we utilize add our radio channel that our ground ambulance crews utilize to their radio. And so now when they're activated and getting ready to launch and whatever, we can already start talking to them with our ground crews and the air crews. Before, when we were just utilizing the channels that we utilize here in the county, we couldn't talk to them on the radio until they got within like 5 minutes of the landing zone. And so now that they've had those channels added, we can better coordinate like ETAs, and a lot of times we change landing zones, like in the patient's condition, maybe we're going to go up and meet them at a different landing zone, so we can coordinate that better. So part of it is just exercise to practice that.
Does the helicopter shut down completely when the ambulance comes up, or is it?
No, the standard expectation is that they hot load, so they keep the rotor spinning so that they don't waste time on the ground. The only time they'll shut down is if the patient deteriorates and we need to work together to secure an airway before, and we're going to be spending an additional 5-10 minutes in the ambulance, they might shut down. But typically the expectation is we do a hot load.
So part of that is helicopter approach, how you get the patient on there safely when they're hot loading?
Yeah, that's part of it. And then just for them to have familiarity with the inside of our ambulance. A lot of times they'll come into the ambulance with us and the patient and to do the handoff report. And if we're still doing any treatment procedures, we do that together in the back of the ambulance. But yeah, safety around the helicopter and familiarity with like their scoop that they use for sliding the patient in the helicopter.
We had 4 different types of military aircraft helicopters, so they're all different.
Right, each one's
You can get in a lot of trouble if you go the wrong way.
Yeah, I'll stay away from the tail rotor. So it's a good safety training. Let's see. And then we got another part-time EMT that will be cross-training to this operation from the Kansas City operation. That we'll be working on that coming up. And I think that's all updates I have.
Okay.
Anything for me?
I don't know.
No, thank you.
Have a good week.
Doug?
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Doug Bartlett, Fire and Emergency Management. I apologize, I forgot to grab the information this morning on our calls to get the total number for the year so far, year to date. But looking at my phone, I know we had 1 structure fire in the past 7 days. We had 1 medical assist and 1 illegal burn or grass fire on a day when burning was banned. So we had at least 3 calls, and then we may have gone on another medical assist or 2 that I can't look up. But at least it was a much slower week than it has been the last couple. Our new fire apparatus arrived. Obviously, you got to look at one of them this morning. Jeff Wisdom, our captain there at Station 920 in Pleasanton, and one of our members of our fire board was kind enough to bring it over for us this morning. They showed up on Wednesday. Got a couple small little problems with them that we're working with the manufacturer and the dealer that sold them to get worked out. In one case, they put the wrong SCBA brackets in, so they're going to ship us the correct ones, and we'll knock those out. It's 2 bolts, and so we can put those in. Hopefully they'll overnight them, and we'll have them by tomorrow and have that going. But very nice trucks. They were $349,646 each. Originally, you had approved $353,000. So with some modifications and savings by paying off the chassis early, they were a little bit cheaper than what we anticipated, although still quite an expense. And I would point out that over the years that I have been here, we've been able to take monies that you did budget to us at the end of the year, transfer them into special equipment so that we did not have to do a lease purchase or do any budgetary work to pay for the 2 units. We were able to pay cash for those with savings that we've had over the years. I will need an executive session for 15 minutes for personnel. And then at our fire board meeting on Thursday evening, the fire board unanimously voted to recommend to you that we donate the 2 trucks that we have taken out of service primarily to in-county municipal fire departments, being Pleasanton, Lacine, and or Linn Valley, should they desire one or both trucks. And then if we don't get rid of them that way, that we offer them to some of the small surrounding departments the board feels that the value of the trucks is virtually negligible and that we would get more benefit sharing them with other small departments, especially those that come and help us when we need help, than we would be trying to sell them or give them away for scrap price.
Has anybody showed interest, any of those cities? Do you know
Linn
of?
Valley is interested. I don't know if they would want both. I know they would like to have one because they approached me before they even discussed it with the fire board. I do not believe Lacey and Pleasanton are, but the board would like to offer it to all three and let them decide if you're willing to donate them to them.
Okay. What's your thoughts? I mean, if I know what I know what they would probably bring on Purple Wave, but yeah.
I looked at Brindley Mountain's website. That's where we bought several of our used fire trucks we have here in the county. They have over 150 trucks from 1994 and older,
Yeah.
which our truck in Pleasant is a 94 model. They range from $8,000 to $20,000, $30,000. And in most cases, it's got on there price reduced, any reasonable offer considered.
Right.
Because they got so many of them and they're not selling. We tried last time. We got rid of a truck. We called Brindley Mountain to see what they would give us for ours or if they could tell us what it was worth. And they told us they wouldn't even buy it. And these trucks are of an age that is equal to or older than the ones they wouldn't buy last time. So I didn't even call them at this point.
Do you have any issues with?
I'd like to, I agree with the fire board.
So I'll make a motion that we donate the 2 fire trucks at the board's, with the board's approval to whoever around. Another government entity, though.
We will get a resolution put together. And Gary, do we need to do one for each truck and where it's going, or can we just do a resolution to dispose of them and then donate
Do a
them?
resolution disposing of them and authorizing their disposal any of several ways.
Okay, I'll get that written up and have it for you next week, and we'll send a letter out to the local departments first.
So do we need a motion or we just want to wait for the resolution?
Just wait.
Yeah, I'll withdraw that.
You
Yeah.
indicated your
Yeah.
intent to it.
You're okay with it?
Resolution, and then that'll be it.
Thanks.
Okay, I'll have that taken care of next week. Jeff Wisdom, our fire board member and captain at Station 920, would like to speak to you just one moment here.
Good morning, Commissioners. Per the fire board, I would just like to thank you for being able to get these new trucks. You know, not only a firefighter, but a fire board member and a community member of this county, that these trucks are going to last a long time. And I would just like to thank you guys for the time that was all put in this, because hours and hours and hours went into trying to spec out a truck that we wanted and make it reasonable to buy. So, I mean, just long story short, thank you so much for being able to get these trucks.
Good. And what's your, both, Doug's already kind of cheated and told me, but the idea of this lasting how long?
25 to 30 years is what, you know, at least 25 years minimum is what we're expecting. But, you know, we're looking like the 94 model that we just took out is,
Yeah, right.
So, you know, that's what we're expecting to get out of this.
Okay. Okay. And what was our warranty on this?
If I remember correctly, I think it's got like a 1-year bumper to bumper warranty. Some of the components are 5-year, some are 10-year.
Okay.
And then some are lifetime, I believe, but I'd have to go back and look.
But
because
the engine, transmission, they a 3-year, 5-year?
I want to say the drivetrain's a 5-year, if I remember correctly. I think the tank may be a lifetime.
Okay.
There's so many different, the paint's got a different warranty than
Gotcha.
I'd have to go back and review it. I would say with this system, it has a compressed air foam system. This is the first time the county has been able to acquire such equipment. And if you remember back when we were discussing it over a year ago, that truck has 1,000 gallons of water on board in the tank. The compressed air foam system can take that 5,000 or that 1,000 gallons of water and convert it to about 5,000 gallons of firefighting product. So when we show up with our engine and our tender, we have 3,000 gallons of water. Now we have about 15,000 gallons of effective firefighting product.
Good.
Water, as we told you, 90% of the water we put on a fire does not put the fire out. All it does is damage everything in the building or the room. With this, we're creating a very effective firefighting product that reduces heat better than water. It can smother smoldering fire, and it's using considerably less water than what water alone does. I think 20% water in the foam, if I remember correctly, versus 100% water. So we're not going to do near as much damage in the work that we're doing as well. So it's just going to be highly effective and very beneficial to us, to the county, and to our fire service.
Can you send those numbers out to us, the ones you forgot today?
Yes, I'll go back and get an email. Like I say, there should be 3 to 4 increase from last week, but I'll get that so you have it officially.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Doug. And thanks, Jeff, for all you guys, all your volunteers and all the help and work that you do for this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Do you have a weather update?
It's supposed to start raining around 4 p.m. this afternoon, 1/2 inch to 1 inch of additional rainfall between now and Tuesday when it pulls out of the area. And Tuesday midday, there is a chance of stronger storms coming through. So.
Thank you, guys.
Burton?
Thanks, Jeff.
Morning, Burton Harding, County Attorney. As usual, not a whole lot to say, kind of clicking along. I just wanted to bring a couple numbers to you. So I asked looked into when my office does a diversion, there's an application fee for that diversion, $30, and that $30 goes back in the general fund, is refunded to the county. We looked into what those numbers look like this year, and it looks like this year, up to about a quarter of the way, we got about $1,500 in that account for diversion applications, which I think that's last year. I think the number was about $1,800 all year, and usually average about $3,000 a year. So we're doing really good on getting that diversion money in, I think, and that's just the applications. I think the reason for that is we've approved local providers to do drug and alcohol stuff, so it's a lot more accessible and available to people. And we've loosened some restrictions, such as if people have criminal history but it's 10 years or older, we might still give them a chance to apply for diversion. So more people are applying, so it looks like we're going to be able to give, if at that rate.
What's a couple of advantages for the county giving them a diversion versus not?
For the county, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
So from the county's perspective, diversions are attractive because when a person signs a diversion agreement, there's what's called a stipulation of facts, which is to say, say a person's charged with a theft. The elements of that theft is that they took, certain property and intended to deprive the owner permanently. So when they sign that diversion agreement, they say they stipulate or admit that this is true. Those facts are true. And then they also agree that if the diversion is revoked for any reason and it would go to trial, that this stipulation is presented to the trial court. So if a person enters into a diversion and then doesn't fulfill it for whatever reason, they don't pay the fees or they re-offend or something like that, and then the diversion is revoked, and that person, if the person chose to go to trial, would just go to what's called trial on stipulated facts, which means that the court would hear that you've already stipulated, you've confessed to the crime, so what's your defense then? And there's is none.
Right.
So once a person has signed that diversion, then they either successfully complete that diversion or practically then they are just convicted of what they were charged with to begin with, which from the county's perspective may be preferable than, to a plea deal to an attempted theft, for example, or some lesser charge.
Okay.
So from the county's perspective, it really guarantees not only that we have that conviction if they don't do what we want them to do, or they do what we want them to do, in which case, either way, we're happy.
Good. No, I just wanted that kind of explained. I thought it was important because
Sure.
people
Sure.
will ask.
Also, just I kind of want to wait to the end of the quarter to get anything concrete, but just I did a rough count of our hearings in January. I think I had about 1,017 hearings set all month. And this month I had just under 900. So we've been done pretty good. I mean, a lot of it's been low-hanging fruit stuff that was really ripe to be dealt with, but we've had about a 10% reduction in hearings that really slowed us down and bogged us down, so we're able to give better attention to some of the cases that need more attention and still making progress. So
Okay.
that's all I've got.
Cool.
Your diversion numbers, what did we as a county, what did we give out last year? What do you think you're gonna give out this year?
In terms of how many diversions? Well, so keep in mind, when I'm talking, those numbers that I gave you are the applications. They're not the actual diversions themselves. So it's possible that last year, or in any year, $3,000 in applications came in, but only 10 diversions were granted. I'm totally making that up. I don't know what was granted and what wasn't granted. Those applications are only the application, not the approved ones. I will have to, that's a different question, and I can get that answer for you. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but as far as what's approved and what isn't, I imagine more will be approved this year, but I'll have to look.
You got anything, Jim? Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Jessica?
Good morning, Jessica Hightower, Economic Development. I've just got a couple of things for you this morning. First of all, Erica Kern resigned her position as the Pleasanton City Administrator. Teresa Whitaker has taken her spot in Pleasanton. We've also, I would like, the Economic Development Committee has recommended to you to appoint Teresa Whitaker in the spot that Erica Kern resigned. Teresa was on the Planning and Zoning Committee. She has resigned from that in the last couple of weeks, so that should take care of any conflict of interest from that standpoint.
Who has resigned? Teresa?
Teresa Whitaker. She was on Planning and Zoning. She's resigned.
So we
from
need to
that.
find someone for planning and zoning on your side.
Okay. Didn't we just renew her?
What do you mean?
Didn't we just make a motion to renew her not too long ago?
We'll have to ask Jackie. She wouldn't know.
Renew her for what?
No, that was for planning and zoning.
That's not, I don't have
Yeah,
anything
so
to do with that.
you need a motion for economic.
Say that again. We're going to move her to economic development, but she's coming off planning and zoning. Okay.
Yeah, so she won't be on both. She talked to Andy last week or the week before and resigned her position on the Planning and Zoning. So Andy has a vacancy.
Okay.
So then she'll come on to my committee.
As soon as you make that motion.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Teresa Whitaker of Pleasanton for the economic development seat.
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Okay, thank you.
I just like me.
My committee is meeting in person, this coming Wednesday. We were originally supposed to do it last week, but spring break, we had some people out of town. So we're going to do it this week.
You got any open seats besides,
That's it.
you're full?
Crossing fingers, that's it for a while.
Sure.
We're going to talk about our bylaws. So hopefully we'll have some recommendations for you guys for that in the next couple of weeks. After I get their
Did
recommendations.
you get the old bylaws?
We did. I sent them to you.
Okay.
And we'll have at least one grant app for next week.
Okay.
And Chris and Jason from IT have been working with me to create a business directory online. I'm really excited about this. I think it's up and running now, and businesses can go in and sign, basically put themselves on the registry. They don't have to create an account or anything like that. They just go put themselves on. I will have approval for every entry that gets put in the directory. I'll get email notification.
Okay.
And individuals from the community can then go and search by either if they're looking for a specific company, they can do that kind of search. They can search by category if they're looking for a realtor or an auctioneer or something of that sort. So I'm really excited to start pushing this. And
And you're going to get those out to the city's chambers? Okay.
Yep. We're going to put that all over. And our youth employment grant deadline is April 1st. So we're pushing that pretty hard too.
How many are we going to be able to do this year?
10.
10.
Grants this year. And I've got several
And
applications.
is that something that, I can't remember now, is that something your board approves?
Yes.
Recommends,
So my committee will look at that in our April meeting and then let you guys know who we picked.
Okay.
Okay?
And you might, if you have, I can't think of the age, but if there's any in the 17 or 18 year range that don't get the grant,
So the business applies for the grant and then hires.
but if you have kids replying that they would like to do this program for whatever reason, you might want to refer them to Jackie to see if they can do some summertime stuff
Okay,
with the county.
sure. I can do that.
Okay, as mowers and stuff like that, if we have that availability.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You get to go. They all did.
Jackie Messer, Public Works Administrator. Let me see if Joyce is coming this way. I get started. I asked her to come and help me with one of them,
Okay.
one of the topics. The house moving saga. As, I've got some pictures of the latest. We have not approved it for the first half went. Here's the second half. They brought it down to 15 feet, 6 inches. Part of the problem was, and I talked to Kevin Friend a little bit ago, I guess he's in training this week, but I talked to him a little bit ago. They were intending to move it with a tractor, and the state says no, that's not approved.
Okay.
So we've got to, still got to coordinate what they're going to pull it with. It has to be a approved company. They have it down to 15.6. They moved the first section out of the 4H, but we discovered, I went down there and talked to Heartland, and we thought we had the route covered, but come to find out, Evergy has a line we didn't know about, and Crawcan has a line. So we need to, they got under it, because I went and measured it, and it looked like they could make it, but I need to coordinate with them as well on this. But in theory, this week, maybe. They haven't given us any proposed dates. They don't really know that they have to, till they come back in and talk to us, that they have to get a certified mover. Hopefully they'll pass inspection this time. Our seasonal positions closed last week. They're still open. We were a little bit disappointed. You saw our sign out there trying to get a little bit more information. I was going to give you the numbers, but take into account these numbers are off because one person put in for all 5 or 6, so you can take one away from all the numbers. But the mowers, 2 applicants is all we had. One of them's a clerk at McDonald's, the other one. Noxious weed, again, got to take one away because this person put in for all of them. We only had 1 applicant for summer help there. Marina clerk, we had 3. I put out this time a groundskeeper, although we haven't had that position before. I wanted to see if we could find somebody to take over some of the mowing duties so Danny could get back to. And we had 3, again, take away 1. Cabin cleaner, 6. So we're going to talk to the ones on the list that we think are viable. The rest of them, we're going to go back out again. I've already heard there's a few people interested, didn't put in for it, but I figured that now we've done our advertising for 3 or 4 weeks. We'll just look at them as they come in because we shouldn't have, it's still advertised, but
Have you reached out to the high schools about their work release program?
I'll be doing that this week.
I tried figuring out who it was at Pleasant, and I didn't.
Travis, probably, maybe.
Yeah, I'd probably just talk to Travis later.
I need to call him anyway, so I'll push out that information, but
You have a mower that's a school teacher at Prairie
that's
View.
where I was going to go next. We have a guy named Jeff Byerly,
Right.
and I wanted to talk to you about him because he's been doing it for 11 years. His current rate of pay is $11.11. I would propose to move him to the end of the scale and top him out because 11 years ought to mean something. So I wanted to move his pay to 3Z, which is $11.97.83.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's more than fair for someone that's been doing it that long. At least he's not tore our mowers all up,
Yeah,
and
no,
he knows how to operate, and he could operate on a Saturday by himself if he needed to.
Yep.
That'll be my motion to move him up to 3. What is it called?
3Z.
3Z.
I second it.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Okay, while I'm on hiring, let me move on to 2 others. I interviewed a candidate, David Farron, to replace John Peak at the North Shop. I propose to hire him at $17.01, and I forgot to get all the numbers for you. I'd like to hire him at $17.01.
Hey, on the referrals, references, do you call those references?
Sometimes. Sometimes they say, please don't call. You mean the employers or the references?
Yeah, the references.
Sometimes, yeah. But I interviewed this guy and talked to some people. I did not follow up with a lot of references.
Was he from the area?
Yes, he
What's
lives
his
in
name,
Lake
John
Dean.
Peak?
Pardon?
John Peak?
He left.
Oh, no, okay, so who we hired?
David Farron.
David Farron.
So range 9, step L, just 17.006 per hour.
Okay. You know him?
I know him,
I don't know him either.
Nope.
He
Okay.
moved in from Kansas City, getting out of the city.
And he's
Bought a
gonna,
house.
And he's a mechanic?
Yeah, he's a mechanic. He's actually worked aircraft as a weld mechanic.
Okay.
He's currently employed by KDOT
Okay.
as a driver operator.
so you need a motion on that?
Pardon?
You need a motion for that?
Unless you want to do two at once?
Yeah, we'll do one at a time.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we hire David Farron at the 1701 as the mechanic.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Yeah, I was really pleased. I did the interviews with him. I was really pleased. The second one that I wanted to look at to replace the position out here, Courtney's old position, name is Tammy Grimes. I'd like to propose to hire her at 8A, 144212. We had 16 applicants. We had a very good applicant pool. We interviewed about 6. We broke it down, interviewed about 6, and Joyce followed up with references, and I did too on this one.
Okay. Do you know Tammy?
I don't.
I don't
I
know.
don't know. Is she from here? Linn County?
Both.
Fulton. Okay.
Or Courtney.
Office assistant.
Okay, I'll make the motion that we hire Tammy Grimes at $14.42 an hour.
A second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Okay, Joyce is here. Let me pull her into this discussion. I turned transportation over to Joyce, and she's been making all the contacts. Let me do a side trip here. Kathy Sherman offered her resignation, and she is leaving. Part of her duties was she was the backup transportation driver, which is accelerating this discussion. Since the COVID seems to have slowed down, they're starting to go. I mean, people are running, and we're booking that bus nonstop. Where the issue is, we have some people who need medical, and they are tying the bus up quite a bit.
Isn't the dialysis
Yes,
people?
like dialysis. We had 2 of them at one point. Now we only have 1 that has to go to dialysis 3 times a week. Now we can always say first come, first serve, but she's the first one to call.
Is that dialysis, Joyce? Is that here in Linn County? Pittsburgh, Kansas. Yeah.
And just the VA run on Tuesday, so that was only leaving her open on Thursdays for other riders.
And does she need the handicap, or that individual need the handicapped accessible bus? Okay.
She's an amputee,
Okay.
and she's been in a long-term.
Come on up to the mic, because you're going to be famous here in a minute on CNN.
Let me give her my spot here, that I talk about.
So our dialysis patient is currently, she's been in a skilled nursing facility for the last several weeks. She's going to be getting to come home on Friday of this week. So starting March 19th, she needs to start her dialysis back up. And she's been calling to make her appointments with Jess, but Jess is pretty much already booked because this lady's been gone for several weeks.
Okay.
So my question to you is, how do we want to do this? Do we want to have a part-time, seasonal type position available to have them do backup, to just strictly do the dialysis run? Or are we, if
So-
we deny this lady, she's going to not be able to come home, basically.
Right. So we need to
Doesn't have
settle.
any other options.
What we've been doing is we have 4 drivers.
Mm-hmm.
Jessica's number 1, Kathy was number 2.
Mhm.
We called on quite a bit. Kathy is number 3, and I'm number 4. Well, Rick and I are pretty
Yeah.
tied down. So we're looking to, I think we either need to look at another driver, or I can keep searching throughout the crew to find out somebody who could be a collateral duty driver. But quite honestly, it's getting harder and harder to find that person who's willing to pay the right person.
Sure.
Just like, you have to be a very caring, slow moving as far as considering that.
Right. So Joyce, I got a couple questions.
Okay.
Our obligation, I know for the use of that vehicle, I know we get grants and different things. What is our requirements through the state on the use of that vehicle?
Specifically for dialysis?
No, for anyone. Are we obligated to take anyone who asks that's a senior or disadvantaged?
Our booklet basically says it's first come, first served by appointment. We
Okay.
usually prefer 24-hour notice.
Okay.
What had been happening on the dialysis is that she was scheduling like a month at a time and paying a month at a time.
Okay.
So then it was, and when the COVID, Jess's schedule was a lot slower, so she was able to provide that service. But now, I mean, she worked like 96 hours last week.
Right.
Just for other riders. She says she's booked up through March and a lot of April already. I'm just trying to figure out, like, even if we put this lady back on the schedule next week, we're going to have a backup driver for.
Does she have family that can help?
No.
Okay.
She has she has a daughter, but she works full-time
Okay.
in Kansas
Okay.
City, so she doesn't have anyone local.
And how long is this dialysis? Is it forever?
Yes.
It has to be on certain days.
Yeah, she has to go Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Well, I think we probably should keep it going for now, but we need to try to find a solution to.
And I thought short term, I mean, I think if Kathy works through the end of next week, I'm not quite sure on Kathy's last day. We could have Kathy maybe take her next Monday, Tuesday, or Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But then after that, we're going to have to make a decision.
And what's the qualifications? Do we have any special qualifications to get a driver? Do they have to be of anything?
It's not required CDL because it's under the link.
Okay.
We at some point they do need to they need to go every 2 years and get like defensive driving training.
Okay.
They do that through Lake Mary. The next available one we would have would be for July of this year if I need to get someone signed up.
Okay.
We can't just put anybody in there. The grant requires that they have had this training and are on their roles because now they're getting drug.
It's theirs, but we do have our own van too.
Yeah.
We have our own bus that's not through that. So we could use a qualified operator to use that.
Usually just a part-time person for that. I mean, if you
Yeah.
can find somebody
Yeah.
that they work or.
Yeah, that's what
I mean, that's what if we could find someone who would be willing to work part-time and just to do that one dialysis run every week as we need it.
right.
And I thought too, would it be a possibility if there's someone that's retired out there
There-
that maybe wants to work part-time and earn some extra money that's dependable? Maybe, that would be someone that might be interested.
I think we should, I mean, it's going to probably break even, so I don't see why we if we hired someone, would we have to pay benefits if it's part-time, right? Not less than 1,000 hours?
It depends on the amount of hours.
Mhm.
They basically are averaging 20 hours a week. They
Mhm.
Cambridge eligible, but they wouldn't be eligible for health insurance and other benefits until they go over 30 hours a week.
Okay.
And if you're looking at 3 days a week, that's probably going to be around 24 hours.
Probably would be a Cambridge position, but not all the other benefits.
Now, they would need to, part of the grant too, they would have to have a physical. They have to have a physical for me to report.
Okay.
But we get reimbursement from that.
And do you have anybody in mind to do that?
I don't
You just want
personally.
to? Okay, so I guess Jim and Danny, do you have any problems with us trying to find a part-time person for this? I mean, it's something that it's obviously really beneficial to the community.
Yes.
And a lot of it's grants, and it's not just free. They pay to go out of Linn County. If they're within Linn County, it's free, right?
Yes.
But if they go outside, it's so much mile, and
It's so much per trip depending on where they're going.
okay. And how you base that
We have it, it's on our transportation pamphlet.
from the state?
Yeah, it's on, well, it's the Linn County. Now, I don't know who set those fees. I guess it was Linn County that set those fees.
Okay.
Who pays that? the fees.
The rider
The rider,
pays the fee.
yes.
Yeah. Now, if someone qualifies for DCF, like if they get food stamps, they send us proof of that, they get a reduced fee. So
Okay.
maybe instead of paying $20 to ride to Pittsburgh, they would pay $6.50.
Okay. Okay.
The commission set that basically.
So we probably should look at that because I don't remember ever seeing it. So,
Yeah, and that was before my time.
yeah. So could you send that out to the commissioners?
I can
the
go
fee,
get you some pamphlets.
or
and
just-
hand them out.
Yeah.
I'll bring you all a pamphlet. The fees are in there.
Okay.
A couple of things I'd like to look at. We do have, at the park, we do have a marine guard position that we're thinking about. As part of this, combine them. If they could do that as well as, you know.
So you're talking about a full-time though, right?
No. Full-time through the summer probably, but not, still part-time.
Okay.
But a collateral duty maybe from one of those people.
Okay.
Or one of these other positions if we, so we want to look at the applications and see if there's anybody that we could collateral duty in. And also look at hiring part-time.
Full-time, summertime only. And then maybe we can figure out what we can do. Is that okay to look at? Do you need to advertise that?
We'll probably advertise it, the other ones that are going back out.
Okay.
And we're also, we got written up by the state, or well, actually we got chewed on pretty thoroughly a couple of years ago. Because the criteria, our pamphlets, we had to throw them all out, rewrite the pamphlets, because the way it's says is anyone in Linn County gets a ride. And we had the Linn County residents get a ride. But, so if they're in Linn County, they can get a ride.
Okay.
That's the state standard.
Okay.
Linn County resident or this, if,
We only pick, our grant's a 5311 grant, so that we can only pick up in Linn County.
Right.
If you have someone from Fort Scott that wants to go to the VA, technically, if they want to drive to Linn County,
we got
we would pick them up and we would give them a ride.
There you go.
We had it the other way. Those are they were really.
Yeah. We don't want to lose that grant.
We can go to other counties and stuff, we just can't pick up outside of Linn.
Is there a problem with that? Have we had any big issues with it?
We've had calls before where I
Nobody's
think
come
here a
through?
while back, someone was in a skilled nursing up north of Kansas City and they wanted us to pick them up and take them home. And I had to tell them we cannot
Okay.
because they're outside of the county.
that's because we get grant money for this.
That's how our grant is set up, yes.
We take them one way. We don't have to, if they go to a hospital in Kansas City and we drop them off, we don't have to get them and bring them back because they're not in Linn County for the pickup.
Right.
But sometimes we will do that if we took them up there and we know they have no other option and it's medical. Not if they come to a shot for that. So.
Okay.
So what I did on that, I just contacted that skilled nursing facility's social worker and she said she would handle it.
Okay.
So as far as getting that person home.
Appreciate it. All right.
You have any more questions?
None.
I'll get those pamphlets for you. Here.
Thank you.
The oil bids.
Are any of you here for the oil bids? You was here the other day too, weren't you? A couple weeks ago? No?
No, last year.
Last year? Well, that's a bad memory for me.
They were very interesting this year because they were so close. The two main oils that we use, I just didn't consider them anymore because the two top bidders, one was a penny higher on this one, the other was a penny higher on that one, so it was a wash. It was equal. So then I went and considered the other oils. Can I read the names and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Aragon was higher than everything and just dropped out immediately. So I didn't consider them on anything. The other two were Coastal and Vance. By the time you figured the MC, our estimated usage, the EA estimated, Coastal was 5,040 higher than Vance. And then when you consider the SS1H and the AEP, Vance was only 840 higher. So Vance was the lowest by about 3,000. So I would recommend Vance. If
Okay.
that makes any sense.
Based on the
Estimated use, and that's in there on about the second or third page, what our estimated use is gonna be.
Well, look at that.
Yeah, I'll give you.
Jim.
So what I did is I went in there and took the difference, like if it was the first one, there's 26 cents difference between the two, and I multiplied that by our estimated usage. And that's where I came up with the numbers, what was higher and what was lower. There's
Okay.
only, like I said, about 4,000 total. I had to go all the way down to the other chemicals to get a total.
Okay. You have any questions about it? You good? So read the one you, Vance Brothers.
Vance Brothers.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we go into a contract with Vance Brothers for oil for what? What's the, is there a total price or what?
No, because it's an estimate.
Okay.
It's a unit price.
Unit.
He just extrapolated based on the estimated.
That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
Are you, and you're Vance Brothers? Yes. And that's
The other two didn't show up because they knew they were higher, huh? Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Well, thank you.
I had a request to do some repairs for that 963 cat. It's way over my limit. For undercarriage repairs, it's gonna be 19,454.25 estimate of,
Yeah, give that to Jim.
Foley.
what was it? Say that again.
Foley.
The 963, cat 963 tractor.
Oh, that was parts only.
That's not even the one that's giving us all the trouble.
What year is this machine? Is it
Uh,
old?
2012, 14, I don't know off the top of my head.
3,300 hours.
Pardon?
3,300 hours, what it says here.
So if we do all these repairs, it's gonna last us for a long time?
Yeah, it'll,
Is it gonna make the machine perfect almost again?
Yeah, right.
we're talking the 963, yeah. No, the 953, I wouldn't guarantee anything.
What else you got while we're going over this?
Expecting 3 checks this week. KDEMS, the South District, from the road damage a couple of years ago, $373,903. Wes is sending a check this week for $21,656. And the fund exchange is going to send one for $87,259. So, and then expecting another check from Wes for some of the metal next week, another total.
Hey, Jackie, I thought there was an overheating problem on this thing.
That's the other one, the 953. That's the 963. That's the newer one.
Oh.
We have 2. One's permanently stationed at the landfill, and that one's down at the landfill because the 953 is not working.
So is there anything that our mechanics can do to try to?
They did all they could, and then we had to call CAT. There's some pretty heavy duty repairs. When you start replacing the undercarriage and
What's your thoughts on it?
It's a lot.
A lot for 3,300 hours.
yeah, I was pretty surprised.
Well, it's not like you can't just have it sitting there, so,
Can
I mean,
we
it's gotta be fixed, it's gotta be fixed.
Can we talk to another mobile mechanic besides Foley to see if we can get a better price? Or,
I can try that. But
I mean, what do you think about that?
no, we normally, for the large repairs, we go back to manual.
Yeah.
Back to CAT.
got a message from Joyce that we get 85% of the 373,000 amount reimbursement.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was I thought,
So this is
well,
963, the one-
see what the email
953
says.
that has worse problem.
What's that?
So that's the 963. It doesn't take care of the 953. That's probably going to be more expensive.
So I'm in favor of getting it repaired, obviously, and I think a dealer with that least amount of hours is probably the right way to go right now.
Yes.
So at least I'll make a motion that we go to Foley Cat to have these repairs done. That amount, $19,454.25. Does anybody not want to second it?
I don't know, I guess we need to fix it if it's broke.
Otherwise, it's just a hunk of iron sitting there.
Like for 3,300 hours, that's quite a bit of repair, pretty fast.
Does a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded that we get those repairs done in that amount. All in favor? Aye.
Also, I've been working with the city of Lacine.
Hope you don't want anything else. Jim's biting his tongue over here.
Been working with Lacine, and I'm going to meet with them tomorrow morning. What they've been doing is 4th Street going north from Casey's going north is a commuter route, traveled route. And they're looking at trying to put in a grant for the repairs. So I'm going to meet with them tomorrow to see what they're asking for, because they're ultimately, I think they're going to ask the county for some assistance.
Right. They will, as well as other cities will too, because we had talked about these interlink loops, and did we ever get anything in writing about that through the cities?
No.
And also with the other state for theirs, if there's any agreements that was made out there for their roads.
No, we haven't. I've been working on it, but I have not
And
finished them. I've got 2 of them out with the other.
And then our counties that borders us all, Miami, Anderson,
Yeah,
Urban, Bates.
Trying to get to them.
I know.
I haven't forgotten them. They're high on my list, but I haven't heard back from Miami County because that was the one I expected to be first. But
And for that 4th Street, I know that link, all those minutes were provided from the 70s when the commissioners met back then. Bob Hopp and some of the others, I can't remember who they all were.
And I did
interlink.
Yeah, I did follow up with the KAC engineer on that, and he said, yeah, there is a degree of responsibility for those.
Right.
So,
but we need to figure that out for all the cities too.
Well, I had questions on their numbers. The numbers didn't make any sense. And
Right,
so I
yeah.
called and asked her. I said, well, you're saying it's a 90-10 grant,
Yeah, I know.
And-
Her numbers probably were different.
but the reason they are different is because they're including other stuff. In that,
Okay,
not
all right.
just- so we're going to talk about it tomorrow.
It asks for everything.
Yep.
That's what they figured.
Stretch is it?
It's what, probably 1.5 miles.
I was going to say 2. That's about
Right from the town. It's the only way out of town when everything floods on both sides.
Yeah, and it's
Goes up
base is shot.
Somerset
We're talking about
and
going down.
Quarry Road now.
Pulling out, not just milling it,
Yeah.
pulling it out, and they're working with BG. So,
Okay. Don't beat them up here.
yeah. Okay, well, I think that's all I had.
Jackie, back to this. What do we do with the 953?
What are we going to do with it, or what are we?
Is it not working right now?
They're using it right now.
But it overheats is an
Yeah.
issue?
I don't know where they've gotten on it. They were looking at the radiator possibly being too small and the cooling units, but I don't know.
Is that our people looking at it or?
Yes.
Okay.
So is there a way that we can get Foley to take a look at it since I'm already mobilized down here doing this without trying to get a cost?
Yeah, they're going to take it up there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they actually sold us that. So they've looked at it several times, but I think Mike Nation is now taking a deeper dive into it than the other ones have done. and trying to figure out why it continues to overheat.
Do they have any, has he called Foley to talk to them about it?
Yeah, there's been a lot of conversation.
Okay, all right.
They've had issues with it, and I don't know where they're at on, I haven't.
Yeah,
talked to
just
them.
find out that for us.
Okay, that's all I had.
Did you have any executive time?
No.
Okay.
Do you ever get a chance to look at Quail Road and 125 when we talk about the stop signs?
Yes, and I didn't get a report written up, but it is correct with the standards. And I got a work order for Harry to get down there with a boom mower and try to move those cedars back, but the stop sign is the way it's supposed to be in our manual of uniform traffic
Is there a
control.
way we can change that to make it the other way to where it cleared the, you know, what I was talking about?
Yeah, I went down there and looked at it, but we have to go by those standards. If we go counter to those standards and there's an accident, they're going to pull them up and say, this is how you were supposed to do it, and you did it differently. So with the
Is this
traffic-
about moving or changing a stop sign?
We got a blind corner is what we have, and there's been an accident down there. It's a four-way intersection with two stop signs from the north and south.
Okay,
And then when you're coming south,
you can't see.
you can't see west. And the landowners that was down there and the people who live there wondered if we could reverse it, make the east-west stop, because when you stop from west going east, you've got the extra 20-some feet to look north.
Or remove the trees, is that,
Or if you get.
is it on our property, the trees?
No.
Is it on theirs? Will they remove them?
It isn't that landowner that's stopping.
Oh,
So we're going by the traffic patterns and what the manual says we have
Right.
to do. So, and I fear that if we switch them, if was an accident there, then we're liable because we changed it. Then the next accident, well, you didn't follow your standards, so we got no more liability.
Four-way stop.
I'll look at that one. later.
that'd be something. I'll bet you that'll change some mind.
One of the things is, like I said, I didn't finish. I got all the research material,
You're gonna get some phone calls on that. Yeah, we all gotta stop.
but putting in stop signs has to go through you guys.
Right.
I can't do it. It has to be approved by resolution, by statute. So I will come up with I'll look at it.
It's really a blind corner coming.
It is, absolutely.
Not seeing-
Why don't you come up with a solution for it?
Yeah,
But
because
if a four-way stop is the answer to it, then
Yeah, I've got
Where's it at again?
125 and Quill Road. I drive it every day. I mean, I've been, it's down.
wasn't your accident, was it?
No. But I'm just telling you that two people's approached me about it. And I know
Yeah.
it's a blind corner. You pull out, you're
You're just,
just
Oh.
pulling out and guessing. You got to roll out into the intersection, and they had a wreck.
And we have other corners that are a concern. We had the one that we've kept talking about down on 31. We're our hands are tied totally because it's a Kansas highway. It's their road. It's their right of way. And they're not willing to do anything. I talked to them.
It's an entrance to our road, though. I
Yes.
mean, where that one comes, and it makes it a blind corner coming onto our road.
But still the right of way, we're still,
It isn't in the right of way anyway, where you get to. I mean, what you're gonna have to clear is gonna be on a private land.
yes, it's gonna be on private property. So where
You
I'm,
can get on the private property to clear it. I mean, I think the guy let us on there.
I think so too. The sheriff talked to him about it and he wasn't opposed to it. But the person, again, the state is not willing to help or do anything with it. So what I did, I went down the other day, I'm taking photographs, and today sometime I'm going to send all this documentation to the area engineer and say, hey, we have this problem. It's a blind curve. Not only is it a blind curve, if you're going east, there's a dip right there. So you lose sight of the curve. It's a very bad intersection.
Well, you come from the north to the south. I mean, if you got a trailer or anything, you're just guessing. You're just pulling.
Yeah,
up there.
you're guessing.
Nobody's coming.
But it's private property, so I don't think the landowner, I think he's out of Johnson County, Overland Park. He's not gonna clear it, but if we want to clear it, he would let us. But then again, it's not on our right of way or our highway.
yeah, but if it's the right thing to do in that case, to clear it, I don't see.
It's on our road.
What's your thoughts legally on it?
If there is a construction on private property adjacent to our right of way, we've got the right to clear it. I'm not absolutely clear that we've got the right to clear the construction that's on the state right of way.
Well, it's not on the state's right away,
But
though.
that's on property adjacent to the state right away. We'd have to look and see if that's, because, I mean, we can't just go on private land unless it's for what they call public purpose.
Right.
And in terms of clearing brush on a private, on a right of way, or next to a right of way, they define what that public purpose is. So I just need to determine if the fact that it's not
State.
adjacent to our right of way prohibits us from doing it.
Okay.
Otherwise, we can't.
See,
Okay.
here's the deal. Here's 31 and it's going around. The road shoots off here. Here's all the, or actually all the stuff you can't see is here. Can't see past to the curb. You come, it's like you shoot off here, go onto our road. But here's their right of way. Here's their right of way. So
So
here,
the break that we're talking about clearing is not adjacent to our road in any way.
No.
And that's the question of whether we can do it, and probably, I guess we can, but.
so they only hope.
So you're saying to the state for them to address it?
Yeah.
You're hoping?
Engineer to look at it.
Okay.
I'm ask him to come out and look at it with me, and she normally will do that.
Okay.
And see if I can get her. But it's not even on the state right away, it's all on the private land.
Right, but in order to get it cleared, that would have to be a state issue.
It's 30
Just based on that outline.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I mean, yeah, it'd be simple to go down there and just do it, but if we can't, yeah.
I mean, because there's a dip right here. The people coming here can't see this curve at all. The people here can't see around it going here. You're really,
Right. And there's several of those around. I mean,
Oh, yeah, that's.
yeah.
I would say this is the worst one that I've found.
Okay.
Well,
So roads, are we out today?
yes.
Graders are out because I went down 1850 and back up 1950 or whatever that road is.
Complaints today already of areas we're going to go.
Yeah, just because it's so packed down and all the holes and the bumps and yeah.
Well, I'll talk to you about that too. And what I would like to see is our maintainer operators, if they're in charge of 80 miles of road, if that's what they're in charge of, I'd like them to be in charge of it, not that we have to come and call to tell them that the road's washed out or there's water running across it. To me, I think those guys should be responsible for their road.
And they're out there doing it, yes.
Well, it wasn't last week.
So
But you got to understand that if it's rained and it's been saturated, that's a 44,000 pound piece of equipment. It's going to tear that road up more.
There's bigger loads going down that road every day, Jackie, than what you're maintaining.
I disagree. We have gotten into these. We did one a few months ago, same thing. And it took a dump truck and a loader to get the grader back
is that the
out.
Boy Court thing?
No, this was up in,
Yeah. But
there are times, yeah, we can do it, but not every road. Some of them are just too flat, too soft to get out there when it's saturated.
Places out there that we could take a maintainer and keep the roads better than we're keeping them.
Well, if you can give me locations, you say that all the time, but I never get a location. Give me a
I don't think it's
location.
our place to give you locations when we have the people hired to take care of the roads, Jackie.
But it would help me to check on it. I can't check on it if I don't know where you're at.
Okay. So just make sure we got them out there today and this week, and have Jason and Harry. And it may not be a bad idea to change the way we're a thought to doing it is look and see if Fleming over there has got north side of Lacing or whatever, and he's got so many miles. When I was in there talking to him the other day, one guy knew, I don't know everybody's name, knew the road was bad and he couldn't get out there because it was raining that day. So just, I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea. It may be a different way of thinking, and that may be what we need to get to going. I always like to use Joyce. When I'm driving, I see it, I call it in, or I go back home and do the computer because I know that it'll be addressed.
Yeah, we get.
So I don't know.
If we're told, so we know where
Yeah.
to look, but I don't have the time.
But and then
Spend 40 hours a week traveling the roads. I have the
don't
other
think you
stuff.
have to, Jackie. I think we've got guys hired to maintain the roads. If they're in charge of maintaining the gravel road, I think those guys should be in charge of making sure the road.
And when it gets too wet to grade and to run dump trucks down with, they are out there looking and driving the roads.
Okay. That's good.
So,
I got a few for you. Out on Waddles Road, where you come off of Tiger Road and you go around that corner, I'd say here probably, I think it was John Black dumped a bunch of rubble down in that creek right there on that corner. It's starting to wash away pretty bad.
okay.
I knew, I stopped and took a look at it. All the rubble that was in the corner, that's kind of washed down the stream. Especially
Okay.
this last rain. So you can kind of see it's gonna, that's where you come on Waddles Road, that the creek's over here.
Okay.
So and it's getting pretty bad. So and then that's all the debris that used to be in there. So
Okay. We'll look at it. And I'm still waiting to hear back from Burlington Northern. Haven't heard a word from them. It's usually a battle.
Brian, him and I talked a little bit. So
Oh, the other thing, and I forgot to mention it, I did talk to the city of Pleasanton the other night. And I don't know where that ended up going. I think you talked to them as well.
Yeah,
They were telling me $1,600 rent per month.
so that's and we're I think there was some issues prior. So I had went in there and talked to them, and I'm in contact with their city council and stuff. So I'm gonna keep talking to them, and then once I try to get that figured out, I'll let you know. And
I
go from
told
there, so.
EEBK Area Aging, I told them to go ahead and get the permit for where they're at.
Yeah.
Because the other stuff's going to have to be
Yeah.
figured out.
And that permit's $200. So,
Okay.
I mean, they pay it out of the money that we give them. So if we end up going over to there, and that doesn't sound really good right this second, but may change, then they'll be all right with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think there's just a little bit of miscommunication between, they had that switch in Pleasanton, their departments where their administrator switched out, and there was, not everybody knew the exact scope. So I've kind of talked to them a little bit, and it's still in the works. So
All right.
Thanks. SEK,
Jackie.
regional.
Thank you for having us. Matt Godinez, Director of the Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission. Traditionally come, pay a visit annually, semi-annually, just to say hello. This year's a little bit different. I have Taylor Hogue. As part of the CARES Act, that we received a grant that created a position for her for a community liaison. So it's an opportunity for us to get out to cities that we traditionally haven't been able to with some non-traditional grants. That might have to do more with like health, police stations, things of that nature. As part of that grant,
You got a $20 million grant for us?
we have a revolving loan fund of CARES Act dollars, loans that can be as low as 0% interest. We had approximately a little over $500,000 to loan out. We're down to around 190, but there are still some funds available. And just wanted to come. Of course, and also honestly, always say thank you for your membership that you pay so all your cities can take part in the Regional Planning Commission. Luckily we should continue to do some work in Linn County quite a bit actually, and we helped out with the CV grants during the COVID as well. So just wanted to come and say hello, introduce Taylor, and please let us know if any of your communities, some of the needs that they might have that might be a little bit different. We're going after like some AARP grants that might be a little non-traditional of things for like walking trails, stuff like that. We hired a new grant writer that was originally for the city of Cherryville, and she's very educated and has a large background on some of those little bit different grants that are, we've always done the large infrastructure, multi-million-dollar grants, but now we're able to get into the weeds on some of the smaller needs that these cities still have. So just wanted to come and say hello and introduce Taylor. So.
Taylor, you gonna make a speech?
I will tell you guys that I have a newsletter that I send out every month that
Who gets it?
you guys should. If you don't, you can just go to our website and at the very bottom enter your information and you'll get it.
Okay.
And then we have some workshops for business development coming up too. They'll be held in Chanute, but
And you guys know our economic.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she's on our board.
Does she show up?
Oh yeah. And we work with Jessica on other projects.
All right, well, good. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, and she mentioned we work with the Kansas Small Business Development Center, and through that grant, we're able to, like, if they're able to come to Chanute, it's a day free of workshops for social media for their small businesses, and we'll pay for lunch, we paid for the course. Like, through that grant, we're trying to make as much free as possible as we can for the small business owners. They have enough to worry about right now.
And you're doing it in person now?
Yeah, we're doing it in
Okay.
person. Yeah,
Okay.
so that they can actually come for the day, lunch and 2 classes through the Small Business Development Center. And you're going to start seeing a lot of those. Taylor created a new logo, new website. She's getting us caught up to this center. And yeah, we're all trying to diversify and offer a lot more. So anything that we can do for you or your communities, just please let us know.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Doug needs executive session. Does anybody else need executive session?
Kevin Wood was here talking about the compact.
The mayor?
And I need a few minutes to add.
What'd you need? 10? Gary, do you need anything? Anybody here? Why? Jackie's got them all. Yeah. Kevin? I ain't seen you in a while.
Glad to see you. Oh, I just talked to Jackie, so I think things has worked out, but I just come over to talk about my compactor because I don't want to see it close. People use it a lot. The compactor out at the landfill is more made for industrial, for big trucks to coming in, and you can't hardly back up that hill. A lot of people would have problems with that. And if we was talking about closing down, I mean, they had our original forefathers, you have the contract, but they felt it a need for Prescott to have their own compactor. And so if you close one down, I'd think you'd have to close them all.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't happen. But the reason we at least thought of yours is because it's only 2 miles or so out there. I know the conditions of driving in, you either have to back up or you have to carry it up onto the flat bottom concrete and throw it out. I don't know what we would do if we decided to go that way or not. It's about whether it's, I guess, how much it's valued with a number of people you got there. It seems to be a lot. I mean, if you logically think about it, you're saying, why can't you just drive out there and dump your trash? It's free. Yeah, I know.
Coming as mayor, I thought, why are we spending money there when we got there? But when you really go talk to the people,
yeah,
it's a different story.
Well, I know, and it would be a change, and I know nobody likes change.
I understand the financial.
Yeah, that's the issue. So
another little issue, you put light trash in the back of a truck and drive out a mile or two, tries to blow out. And right now, there's a mattress in John Sutherland's field. I met the guy the other day.
Yeah.
And he's pulling a trailer and the mattress, he's on a windy day. It's over in his field. I guess he'll have to haul it off now. So, I mean, that kind of, just things like that, it's different.
Yeah. Just having having the Linn County, I think, is unique in that way that we can take our trash. We got people from all the rural areas that go into whatever town it is and dump their trash. So and you can take as much as you want, as long as you're, not trying to clean out a whole barn at one time. But whereas cities have to pay for it. If you live in other towns, Lewisburg, Paola, in the bigger towns, you pay for it, and sometimes you pay for just so many bags a week. So we're unique, and we have that availability. We were looking at it. I don't know where we're at on it. Haven't really gone over too much. We did talk about it last week, which is why you're here this week. Yeah. And I understand that.
Well, I hadn't talked
to it.
What it costs to run it.
The way it takes us to haul when we pack that, then we have to haul it to Arcadia, and there's not a lot of tonnage in it, so Jackie, right, Jackie? As far as some of loads got 2 ton in them. And we were just looking at another way we could do this. I mean, whether we change the compactors we're using or, you know, we're just talking about trying to save money, all we're doing, Kevin. We wasn't, I talked to some people down in your neighborhood yesterday to see what they thought, and I got the same answers you know, that you
Yeah.
told me. I mean, it's,
Yeah, but nobody's going to vote for it.
And I got-
Yeah, get rid of it.
phone calls too. You know, when the reason this even came about was because we're doing workshops for literally everything in the county, so that, you know, Rick, he's been here a while, but you know, him and I are newer, and you know, we're trying to learn everything, in and outs, everything, and trying to make sure we're running everything, you know, efficiently and you know, to the best that we can, and that's why it even came up. But you know, and so
other counties have the walk-in floor trailers and I haven't went and looked at them yet, but I'm going to see where they pack it. When they haul it to Arcadia, they take a great big truckload versus 2 ton. You know, but
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what that entails as far as equipment, but that's what brought this all up.
So when you load that up, that's all you can put on in the truck when you go, you can't.
Well, I just loaded the dumpster up like
Oh,
what you
okay.
got down there, and that's driven all the way to Arcadia. Whether, you know, it's got 2 ton in it or 6 ton or whatever, once it gets packed in as much as you can, and once it's done, we've got to take it and haul it down there. And that's what we're looking at.
we're making multiple trips a day with trucks running down there and back. So that's all we're looking at.
And then you need a big enough box there to fill up so that when they
Make sure-
pick it up, they've got a load.
Yeah.
That's what was just trying to look at cost cutting measures as far as what we could do to make our loads bigger.
And some of the, like the lake units, like Tanglewood and Linn Valley, which is a city I know, they bought their stuff for that, a lot of their equipment for it. And we put it in and so that lightened up the load for Pleasanton, Lacine, as far as the dump sites. So they've got their own, but now we're making, you can see where we've created this issue as far as there's more trash and there's more people and less of a burden and maybe in Pleasanton and Lacine because of the lakes, you know, have their own, a couple of them have their own stuff now. But it's 2 drivers or 1 driver making multiple trips a day to Arcadia. So that's why we were looking at it. Yeah, but there was never any decision made on it. And I immediately know when you want to get rid of something, there's a lot of no out there. So, but we haven't gotten to anything serious or even talked about it. We're just trying to find a better, more efficient way for our trash services.
Yeah.
Without, you know, saying, hey, we're going to quit and let everybody get charged for it. You know.
Kevin, while you're here, you want to kind of talk about what's going on in Prescott and, you know, what
Yeah.
you got going on? And
Well, our biggest thing, we had a big electrical, charge on that we came out all right on. I mean, we paid our bills, and there's things that we're not going to be able to do because we paid it out so much. Like I planned on getting the rest of the roads done on Uptown. We done half of them last year, and I wanted to finish them this year. Well, that's going to stop that. I don't know. This year there's going to be a lot of nothing.
because you guys buy your own electricity, right? And you charge the people in your town. Is that how that works?
Right.
And then you ran into something when this whole cold spell thing happened. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Well, just like Blue Mound or let's see, Osawatomie and Ottawa and all them are run through KMEA, and they buy it wholesale and then resell it to us. So,
Gotcha.
but yeah, that's happened. We kind of need to phase back up and come up with some new things to do. But I mean, we're probably going to quit Coal Center days, because that's a big chunk of money that comes out every year. And with this year, that and people are wearing out. I'm running out of.
State people do it every year, don't they?
Yeah. And from 8:30 in the morning to 1:30 in the morning is a long time.
Yes.
For one group of people.
Well, it was a good event.
Yeah. And I'm not saying it won't change, but right now that's kind of the.
Hopefully you can get some people.
Yeah, that's what we're wanting to do, is put some little events. The COVID deal kind of messed it. We went ahead and had it last year, and everything came out all right.
Right. Good.
But it wasn't as big as normal.
Were you able to, as a city, apply for any grants that were available for Prescott?
No,
Okay.
we applied for the loan, but, or going to, I think,
Okay.
but I don't know if we're going to, because you're really supposed to need it, you know, not use up your extra funds before you're capable of that. I mean, people who couldn't pay the bill
Right.
are on the top of the list.
Okay. Okay.
Well, thanks for coming in. I invite you to come in whenever you want and talk to us, and maybe, talking over the camera can get you a little help on call center days and stuff like that, and bring it to attention to what you need over there. So I invite you to come hang out with us any Monday you want. So
If not, we'll scare you and tell you we're going to shut something down.
easy way to get
That'll get you down here.
Well, I've been going to get with your economic director and see if there's any grants out there for the.
She's in there, so on your way out.
I'd holler at her.
Yeah,
while I'm
sure.
here.
Well, thanks.
We appreciate the Linn County grant that we get every year, and I usually put that towards the roads or my electric poles, and we finished
Infrastructure.
about all the electric poles. So we was done with that program, and we started on the roads. Well, you know how roads is now. Their oil is so high that what we used to be able to do the whole town for, I might do about 4 blocks.
Yeah, yeah. Yep. Well, do you have anything,
So it
Jim?
makes it hard on all the little cities that can't get
Sure.
the roads. I know Mountain City, they do a block or two here, and they just put it in their budget that way. You can't ever get them all done at one time, so you have a few roads.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Definitely talk to Jessica Hightower. She'll.
All right.
We'll go into executive session. Unless anybody's got something right. You do? What?
2 requests is tied up in that, the new agreement. They want to expand fences at these compactor sites, like Mountain City wants to expand it out, and I got, stuff like that. So when we get around to that, who owns the fences?
Yeah, I sent out a letter to all the cities that have compactors.
Okay.
Asked them to give us a copy of their current contract agreement on this, and any correspondence it had with the county. It would be, due to changes in personnel and because of things that were saved on computers, we know, they're gone. We don't have all the stuff, so I'm getting them all. Some of them have responded already, and at that point, when we've got them all, we'll sit down and look at revising or reaffirming our policies in regard to such things as who's responsible for maintaining fences, things like that.
Buildings, because I had, this morning alone, I got one from Blue Mound that said, the building's falling down around our ears, are you repairing it? Dragged my feet a little bit, but we had the reason, but who's doing the repair?
It's us, right?
Well,
Was.
Yeah. We've repaired them.
done some of them.
I know we have.
I'm not sure that the agreement says that, but
I told Rick to go out and give me an estimate of what it's gonna take to repair it and get started on some minor stuff while we're waiting for a new agreement to define who. If the air conditioner goes out, is that us? Is it them? 'Cause
Do we have any record of what tonnage comes from each landfill? From each compactor each year? Just to where we can look at, like at Prescott, how often we have to change that one or at least?
we probably could drag it.
Figure it out.
Normally, we don't weigh it. We pick it up, go directly down there, and it gets weighed.
But that ticket could be,
But we're.
To where we could see what each location and percentage of, not that we want, just to see how much is being, how much trash at each location and see.
So you gave us that sheet last week with the old contract on it, I believe, with all those questions. Is that what you're going to be?
Yeah, because it Pleasant probably got tired of waiting on us years ago, and they put a new building in that they bought and paid. And our building just sits there. They had equipment, and they put the building in. The city wants to expand the fencing out so they could they feel like they can slow the traffic better, but if they change the fence, it's our fence initially, and they pay for the, all that kind of stuff. But we're not
Well,
ignoring.
I mean, in a roundabout way, we pay for it all, period. We pay for their employees in a roundabout way because we reimburse, right? So we're doing it anyway.
Because they're running hours down there. They increase the hours here tremendously.
Right.
So if we're paying a portion.
Do we give each city the same amount or how?
No.
It's different on different ones, and I think size of the city.
Yeah. Right. Okay. We'll look into it. So we're going to executive session for 15 minutes with Doug, and then 5 minutes, and that's for personnel, and 5 minutes with David for personnel as well. So a total of 20 minutes, and you don't need any. And are you bringing anybody else into this? That's my motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Are we talking your wife?
You did. She said she's buying some, or helping me.
Yeah. Go ahead, Doug, make your motion.
I would ask that you hire Alex Gresham and Kevin Stanbro as probationary firefighters for the rural fire district. They will both be Station 910 here in Mound City. And go through the standard physical, probationary period, drug screen, everything that's required of a new hire.
Okay,
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it. All in favor? Aye. All done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
That's the longest you've stayed with us in a long time. Sure.
We did get a follow-up on the question on the transportation. Because we do a reservation system,
Right.
we have to take anybody
Okay.
that makes a reservation.
And that's through the state?
Yes.
Okay.
If we wanted to turn somebody down, we would have to totally alter our way of doing business. We could not say, yeah, we'll take you next Thursday. We have to do it day by day, which would be a planning nightmare. But that was their answer. As long as we do reservations, we really are obligated. So that was all.
Okay. Anybody? Okay. And there was no other executive action taken now. So what else we got?
I emailed everybody. There are copies. There's 4 of them there. There's not a lot of updates in here this time. I think I can probably go through, I paper clipped mine and just hit all of them real quick and give you a little explanation of why or what we're talking about. There's a couple of things I think that Jackie, that you'd asked about that are in there. Just from the beginning, we'll have to update the resolution and signature page, which is no big deal. That's just some paperwork that'll go with it. Page 8 on job postings. It used to say that we'd post this on the first floor bulletin in the courthouse and the local bulletin board in each office. We have that employee website now that we put all the employee information on, so we were gonna change that to just say that will be posted on the Linn employee web information site.
Right.
Then I skip on back to page 13, was just adding, under overtime, our
Full-time?
our law enforcement people can run on a different schedule for overtime. They're not subject to a 40-hour week. It's 171 hours in a 28-day period. And we were just specifying that that is for full-time employees. So I'd say that's just a little cleanup on that one. That's no big deal. Page 16 on retiree coverage, and this is talking about the health and dental insurance. There's a statute that requires us to allow retirees to stay on our insurance policy until they hit 65. They have to pay the premium while they're doing it. And in the statute, it says that we have to offer it for anyone with 10 years in a full-time position and they retire, which the retirement definition is retiring, capers eligible. And our question here was, do we want to stick with that 10 years or do we want to make it available after 5 or 7 years if they retire? And I mean, it would just be an additional benefit if, say, somebody that was 60 years old retired and they'd only been here, 7 years, they could go ahead and keep it, but we wouldn't have to unless we change our policy. So right now it's set at the 10 years that's required by statute. So that's something for you guys to think about, whether you would want to reduce the amount of time that's required to qualify.
What would be our advantage or disadvantage for just the county itself?
It could make it available to more people. which is another person on our plan. However, they do pay the premium when they're on this.
Wouldn't cost the county anything.
But
as far as-
it still can cost the county to have more people on there because the premium doesn't cover all the claims that they could have.
Okay.
So it could cost us more money if it's available to more people. So just something to think about. And
So right now, if somebody, like you said, a retired person or somebody comes from another job and they work 5 or 7, 8, 9 years, and then they decide to quit or retire, or the position's no longer filled, they don't get their capers? Do they get the capers money back?
no,
Oh,
this
what
is the health insurance.
oh, I'm so sorry.
This is,
Okay.
if the entire paper's eligible, then
That's,
you let them
I've-
stay on.
oh,
And it's not a choice of whether or not we offer this. We have to offer it by statute. It's just how many years with us that we want to go.
It's at 10 now, and you're just saying, but you could drop it.
Yeah.
okay.
We have to offer it.
You know, if we drop down to 5 or 7 years, it could
Cost us
include
more.
people than would be eligible if we leave it at 10, which could cost us more money. It would just be a benefit for people.
It would be an inducement to bring in somebody in the
Later
twilight of
years.
their career
Yeah.
that might have some skills you're looking for.
I don't think there would probably be a lot of difference in how many people end up taking it anyway,
Right.
but it could.
So the 5, 7, or 10 is how long they work for the county before they retire, right? Not,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was thinking,
Yeah. It's good till they're 65 years old, no matter
In
what.
order to get capers, you have to work 4+ years anyway, right?
Yeah, and that's, I'd have to look at all the capers rules to give you exact, because there's different tiers on capers anymore. And like the tier I'm on, I have to work 10 years and be 59 years old to get or 62 years old, or when my years of service and was it years of
Age
service
and
and
years of
age
service is
equals
85.
85. And later, once it drops down, there's different requirements to be capers eligible than there used to be.
David, when commissioners, they're paying the capers, right?
Yes, well, they can. They don't have to. They have a choice when they start.
So how long does it take for them to get vested?
I think it's 5 years.
I think the new ones, it is just 5 now.
I think it is.
Yeah.
So what do you think, David? Is it more beneficial 10 years leaving it where it's at, or 5 or 7?
I don't think it would make a lot of difference, and probably Gary's scenario of like if you're trying to catch somebody for just a few years, it might be an incentive to get somebody to come work for us. But I just don't see that it's going to make a big difference one way or another. And if we want to just leave it alone and leave it at the 10, we can. It's not a big deal one way or another on that one. Just something for you guys. And I'm not looking for approval today. I mean, I just want to bring.
I mean, if this would help us out for somebody that's 60 going, trying to get to 65, then, and it's not going to cost the county a tremendous amount of money, then I'd be.
If you can get the experience for a few
Yeah.
years, I mean, if you,
So I'm not against it, Dave.
Okay, so something we could at least keep thinking about in there anyway. The next page after that on 17, section 6.11, it says retirement gift. And I think we just had retirement on that heading before, and we wanted to add gift because that's where it's not changing what we're doing. It's just adding a word there to say what it is. On the leave on page 18, it's talking about paid holidays, and we wanted to add a sentence that says employees receiving short-term disability and supplementing that pay with leave time are not eligible to receive holiday pay. So what we've already said is you have to be at work or on active payroll the day before and the day after holiday to receive the pay, and we're just defining that if you're on short-term and supplementing that with leave pay, you wouldn't be eligible for holiday pay. So I don't think that one's a big discussion item. I think that's more of a cleanup. Now, page 19 is one where we've got some notes out there beside it. Termination, the part in blue is already there. Termination within the first year of service, the employee forfeits their vacation leave. Beyond the first year, they'll be paid for unused vacation leave. And we had in yellow there, if employee is found guilty of committing fraud, such employee will not be eligible for payout of any unused vacation leave.
I had a problem with how that was worded.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure if that was somewhere we wanted to go, but if you got suggestions on,
I think that that sentence is gonna create you more problems than it's gonna save you.
and it might.
Because first of all, if somebody's is found guilty of committing fraud, well, against who? You know, what? Is it retroactive? I just think that there are a lot of issues with the way that's phrased. If you say that if you narrow it down to committing fraud against Linn County, maybe that narrows it down. And, you know, but I could commit fraud against the IRS or against something that means that disqualify me here. I don't know.
Okay. Well, and if that's something, Gary, if you want to take a little look at that part of it, and I don't know if that's even something you guys want to have in there, but if it is, on how it would be worded, but also in the notes out there next to this, something that's come up with us that we're looking at is right now, if you are a contract employee or an exempt employee, we're still tracking time off, vacation, sick, and we really like to be able to track it just to know when the person's here. But also say Jackie's exempt, so we're not paying him overtime. So if he decides to take off a day next week, he can take off anyway. He doesn't have to record it as vacation time. But if he doesn't and his vacation time continues to build up, then when he retires, we could be paying out thousands of dollars in unused vacation time simply because he didn't record it as vacation when he took it off. And we're trying to think if there's some way to rearrange that payout or reword it to where we're not getting hung out by somebody for, $15,000 worth of pay that we're paying out when really they did take some time off. It just wasn't recorded against their vacation time. And I'm not sure what the good answer is there. And I don't mean to just pick on Jackie on that. It's just he's here and he's an exempt person.
Well, the flip side of that too, if I'm working 50 hours a week and I take vacation time, it's kind of crazy. So usually if I'm already over my 40, I don't take vacation time if I take a day or anything.
Well, yeah, and I get that. So again, that's some more to think about. How would we even work with that situation? Because we do have, we had one fairly recently that, a couple of them that are listed in the notes there, and I don't want to start using former employees' names in public here, but one where we paid out over $11,000, another where we paid out $7,500. And I know for a fact, both of those people were taking some time off and not recording it. So we've really felt like we as the county got ripped off on paying out a lot of that money when they did take some time off, and it should have been recorded against their vacation, and they shouldn't have had that much build up. But how do you solve that?
That's the definition of a exempt employee.
It is. But then along with that, should you even let exempt employees build that
That's what I'm
time?
gonna say. Maybe your policy needs to be that exempt employees, since they are free to come and go on their own schedule, don't have to work certain hours. They don't collect
Vacation and sick. But we'd still like to know when they're here and when they're not, so we'd still like them to record their time.
Well, you can require that.
But, okay, and then going down that road, if that's a direction we want to go, what about employees that are already here now who have been accruing time? Would this be like a new policy going forward, or how would that be handled? This is one that's going to take some thought and some discussion on how to handle.
Right.
You'd probably have to start from a 0 point and pay those out now.
Yeah.
And start kind of reset, because it wouldn't be equitable to somebody who has been amassing some vacation time and say, oh, it's going away.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm not sure that you could you can even legally do that,
I agree.
because they have a property right interest in that.
Do, how many exempt employees, just average, do we have? Just a rough number.
Less than 10?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I thought.
Regular employees, we've got exempt employees, and then we have contract employees.
Mm,
And those, I'm a contract employee, and so I don't collect it, I don't get any vacation time, any time off, paid time.
Right.
I mean, I just get us out. The exempt employees right now are treated pretty much like regular employees, except they don't get overtime.
right.
Right. They don't, I think you can say exempt employees don't collect vacation.
Yeah. And I have not had time to sit down with Gary and go through this
No.
yet either, so he's just getting it too, so.
Yeah, why don't you guys do that?
That's another one that's gonna take some thought on how to handle. But I see the points on both sides of that, but I do feel like on the two instances we listed there in the notes that county kind of got the wrong end of that deal, because I know for facts those two people were taking time off and not recording it, and had they been recording their time off, we wouldn't have had those big payouts on them.
Okay.
So, yeah, but yeah, Gary and I need to sit down and go through this, and so think about that one and what you guys would like to do on it. The next page on 21 is talking about our sick leave bank and the committee to oversee that. And I think originally when we set that up, we wanted an odd number of people on the committee, because that way you wouldn't have tie votes if you were voting on whether or not to allow the leave. But we were counting Gary as one of those to get to the odd number, and I think you had said that you're more to oversee the process.
Or to at least provide legal counsel to the
Yeah.
process and not be a voting member.
So we wanted to add that Gary would be there to oversee, and then change it from 4 to 5 employees appointed by the commission. So we'd be back to that odd number of employees, not counting Gary or someone from the human resources, which would be my department. So that's, again, just a kind of a little cleanup and clarification on that part. Then it skips clear over to page 28, I think, before we had anything else.
Right.
On fit for duty screenings, I think maybe this was one you'd talked about, Jackie, on, right now, people have to complete a fit for duty screening if they've had an absence of 30 days or more, they've had an on-duty injury or an off-duty injury missing more than 5 consecutive days, if they've had a major surgery operation, if they have an inpatient hospital stay. But the suggestion was to add fit for duty screenings may be requested by a department director or elected official if they have sufficient cause to lead them to believe the employee is injured or the employee's health may jeopardize the safety of the employee, coworkers, or the public. So that one, the idea was giving us a little more leeway to request a fit for duty screening besides those specific things that we list. And I think, again, we don't want to get into any particular employee situation in an open meeting, but we have had an issue fairly recently where we really thought that employee needed to go through a fit for duty screening because we weren't sure that they really could do the job and do it the way they should be, but they didn't fall into any of those categories where we could require them to. So
Is this screening the same thing as a physical you take when you get hired?
pretty much, I mean, it's,
Checks dexterity.
yeah, it's different for different jobs. It's job specific. So, I mean, if you're in a position that's going to be lifting heavy objects or climbing a ladder, or you have to go through some of those tests to show that you can do those activities.
So on our, as far as is it capers that we have to do that physical for?
No.
I thought when you got hired that we had to do,
We require physical, basically to protect us in terms of our insurance.
right.
Yeah.
And I actually, here, this brings up something to talk about for a second, is I had some people come to me and ask me why everybody that's a county employee doesn't have to do that physical test the same. Is that just same as your, depending on your job duty?
Well, yeah, because it's
Yeah.
a job specific. I mean,
So
I could have a-
in-house, that's not, our insurance isn't required.
I could like lose the use of my left arm or right arm either, I guess, no matter which way you look at it. I could still sit at my desk and do my job. It's going to be kind of hard for me to run a maintainer if I can't use one arm. So, I mean, it's different requirements for different
And
jobs.
that's in-house, so we set that for that physical, it's not our insurance.
Well, actually, we contract with someone who does those.
Yeah.
And then they are certified and experienced to know for this kind of job, you do this.
And they reviewed the job descriptions and duties of the jobs when they set these up to know what someone had to do to qualify. Yeah.
And that was just brought to me, why so-and-so had to do it, but so-and-so in the courthouse doesn't have to do it, and so.
Well, and
Because a clerk in David's office doesn't have to be able to climb a ladder.
Right.
right. So anyway, but the change we were looking at there would be giving us the authority, I guess, to send someone for that type of screening if we feel that they are not safe for them to work or for other people to be around them. So again, I definitely would defer to Gary on an illegal opinion on that, on how far we could go, but that's the idea behind it. And then on page 33 is where we get into one on drug and alcohol testing.
Right.
And this is on the post-accident testing. Right now, it reads an employee involved in an accident in a county vehicle or while actively at work for the county, except for accidents involving an animal strike. And we were questioning whether we should really do that if they weren't in a county vehicle. And some of our thought on there was if we think there's a problem, we already have the reasonable suspicion clause anyway. So do we need to specify that any accident while at work, you have to be drug tested? Or could we just say, if we have a suspicion of someone that there's an issue, we go get them tested?
Here's my question. It may be in here and maybe I didn't read it. Do we have a random drug testing policy period for the county? Whereas
We do for DOT positions.
that's it.
Yeah.
But why wouldn't the whole county?
We can if you guys want to do it. I mean, there is an expense associated with that too, because we pay so much a month for everybody that's on the list and then so much per test, and it would make there'd be more tests that way because there'd be a larger sample group. But yeah, I mean, you definitely can if you want to make that for any county position. That would be another section in here probably where it would take a change if you wanted to do that.
I'm not saying we should or should not. It's the way I was brought into this world. That's the way you do it.
I have a little problem with the language here that's already there on set for involving the strike of an animal. What that tells me is, I'm driving a county truck drunk, and I have a wreck. I better try to find a cow to hit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I see that, and I know where it came from is, it's pretty common that we have,
You're thinking.
have people that hit deer when they're out driving. And I know that's where it came from because, and more times than not, it's deputies because they're the ones out driving at night.
Right.
And hit a deer, and we were trying to avoid making them go get a test just because they hit a deer.
Well, I just think that the way it's written could allow a loophole.
Okay.
But we
Well,
can
and
test
maybe
for probable cause anytime, right?
But yeah, we do have that. If you've got reasonable suspicion, we can require a test at any time. But Gary, I mean, if you want to look at wording on that and then.
And see if we can word it such a way that it eliminates the loophole.
Yeah. And as for putting everybody on random tests, if that's something you guys want to look at.
I'd like to know the cost of it.
Okay, well, I can look up what we're paying now to have the DOT people on there, and I think it would just be that much.
And that would involve something even probably more costly if you think about it, because if someone comes up positive and then whether they admit to it or not, they've done some type of drug, you still have to provide them treatment for it.
Now, is that done local? DOT for you guys?
Right?
Yes,
I mean, you have to, I would think, in most every place I've been,
I don't think we have policy that we have to provide treatment.
but we don't have this policy either. We don't have a policy
we
on.
do discuss it, and we need to look at some of that too, because I think
Yeah.
there is,
I'm sure we do.
I think there is some discussion of that in there, and I don't remember how it all reads.
I would, if you got caught, you didn't ask for help, it was automatic termination.
Yeah.
Now, if you
Yeah.
asked for it before they went,
Yeah.
sent you to get tested, it's okay, but if they tested you,
Yeah.
they may give you one chance, but it's,
Yeah, and we have done where we like required someone to get some treatment or something and complete it as a requirement to keep their job when there was an issue a time or two over the years. And then I think the last thing we had in there was back on page 45. It's talking about workplace injuries. It already said they must be reported promptly. Contact your department director or elected official as soon as the situation allows. And we wanted to add and contact the clerk's office to formally report the injury, because we're the ones who make that report to work comp and need to file that claim as soon as possible. So we want to get it added in there that they also, I mean, if it's one of Jackie's, they not only report to their supervisor, Jackie, but they report to us that they've had an injury, so we can get that process started. So overall, this is not a lot of changes for what we've done some years when we looked at this, but there's definitely some things there for you guys to think about. We have not sent this out to elected officials or department heads at this point. We brought it to you guys first. I can send that out if you want to have, allow some time for all the department heads to take a look at it. Typically when we do that, we will get some more suggestions of things people would like to see changed. And sometimes that's been helpful. Sometimes it really hasn't, but you never know.
When are you trying to get this done, signed?
Just as quickly as possible, but it's not like we have a deadline to do it. It's just some stuff we've been working on, and it's actually been 2 years since we did an update.
Right.
Now. And we try to review it every year, and just with last year, the way things went, it all kind of went out the window and we didn't get there. So, there's not a deadline, but
It'd be nice to have it approved before we get into the process.
yeah, it would.
Which is coming up quick.
It'd be June.
Yeah. Again, for me being here to discuss a lot of that,
I know.
I'm going to be off in about 3 weeks. I'm going to be off for a while, and I don't know how long yet. I guess my first question, do you want me to send it out to all department heads and ask them to take a look?
Well, I think if you don't, you know what's the repercussions is.
Well, I can go ahead and I've got another copy in here, electronic copy. I can go ahead and
Send it out to them. Hear their ideas. They
And
they
I
usually
was
come up with
thinking
something
maybe
good.
Give the department heads a 2-week deadline to get their comments back in.
Sure.
So that way, or maybe even like that this week and next week and in that Friday, so I could bring it over on Monday, 2 weeks from today, for you guys to see their comments.
Mhm.
That would be the 5th, I believe. Is that 2 weeks? Yeah. And then after that, how long it takes to pull everything together and for Gary to make sure we're not saying things we shouldn't that are against the law. I'm not sure how long all that process would take. I don't think I will probably be here on the 12th. Originally, I thought I would. My knee surgery is the 13th, but they told me I have to go for a COVID test on that Saturday. And when I talked to Dr. Allen last week, he said, they're going to want you to quarantine after that test till you have your surgery. So I'm probably going to be stuck at home on the 12th and not be able to go anywhere. However, if that's the case, I thought I would watch the meeting online from home and call in if
Texas.
It's
quite popular now.
Cindy will be over here to cover it that day, so I can send messages through Skype to her, or I can call in or something, or you guys can call me if you got something you want to talk about that day. But then I'm pretty sure the next couple of Mondays after that, I probably won't really care what's going on.
Yeah. Right.
And then on down the road from there, I may be back and I may not for another 2 or 3 weeks. It just depends on how everything goes.
Sure. Okay.
So it's just giving people this week and next week to make their comments, okay?
I think so.
I'd say.
And then
I mean, there's not that many changes.
No.
There's some pretty important ones or complicated stuff that Gary will make it more complicated.
But yeah, if we can do that, and then 2 weeks from today, I'll set aside some time and go through additional comments we've got, and maybe if Gary's got some language cleanup things or other things he'd like to see, we can talk about them then too. And, you know, maybe we can even get it all wrapped up where you guys could sign off the week after that, if it all goes well. Now, I don't know if it'll move that quickly or not, but it would be nice to get it wrapped up and done soon.
Okay.
And if there are other things you guys come up with reading through there that you'd like to see changes on, you know, make your.
I'd just like to see what the cost would be to have that program. And then, have we had anybody randomly tested for the DOT? You said DOT?
Yeah, they get tested, is it quarterly?
2?
We have 2 programs that we do. All the DOT are on a random list, and all the transport drivers are on a random list. We had somebody tested Friday.
Okay. It's just totally random. They don't know, right? They just come down.
No, I think I've discovered we've had a little error. Well, you got a test coming up in a week. We've stopped that.
Yeah, we get a notice roughly a week or a few days ahead, so we know who to get a hold of on which day.
Okay.
3 weeks to get the person, the 2 of them.
That's not really random then at that point. It's like a fair warning here.
You're not supposed to know about it ahead of time.
Hey, on our vacation leave, do we require them to give the department heads a notice before they take that?
Yeah, it goes in except I want to take these 3 days off. The supervisor approves it or doesn't.
What's the advance notice you have to give?
We don't, we've never set a time limit on the notice. It just says you'll give what
Should we set a notice on that? Or
I think it's not a problem now, but I would, because people are usually pretty good. Nobody generally walks in and says, it's not a problem right now.
And I know you have a lot more employees to deal with than I do, but I've not had an issue on that. I mean, typically I'm getting notices from my employees 2 months ahead of time when it's vacation coming up. Occasionally something will come up and they may give me a call and say, hey, I'd really like to take tomorrow off if it's okay. And, you know, as long as there's not something going on where I really need them that day, I'll just tell them, yeah, go ahead, you know.
Okay.
But,
My bigger issue that I have is the people that use it as fast as it comes in. 5 or 6 can do that. It's just the way it is.
yeah, and you're going to have that. And, you know, I noticed that years ago when I first started working here and I was doing payroll, you basically had 2 types of employees on leave. You had one group that built up all kinds of leave, and you had the other group that used it as fast as they got it, and there was not a whole lot in between. And I think you still see that when you look at them. I'd been here 9 years working for Dawn before I was clerk. And well, it's still in there. You can build up to 400 hours of sick leave. I lacked 4 hours of having 400 when I started as clerk. So I almost had mine built up. And I'd been the one, because my wife worked out of town at the time. So I was one home taking the kids to doctors if they needed to. I mean, I was using some sick leave, but still in that length of time, I had it built up. But, you know, we had lots of employees that just never had any sick leave because they would use it every time when they'd get it. And there's not really a lot you can do about that. It's just the way people look at it.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Amy.
I'm curious about this. This is a request to vacate a little piece of road.
Sure.
Just off of Montgomery Road, south of K 52. It's 500 feet long
and the requesting party owns all the land at access. So ought to be a pretty easy one. He's just tired of driving back in there, picking up beer cans, you know?
Right.
The brush had been growing up on it for years, and we cleared it off the county itself when they thought they was gonna split that. It's hadn't been used in years.
What is the actual road? It is part of Montgomery or it's a link? Okay.
Is that your property?
Yeah, I got property out there by it, but no, it's not on Mellon.
But we don't even have a road name on it. Okay.
What, is it show up on this map at all then?
Not on that map, on the back. The official county road map.
Oh, yeah.
See that little piece in there that wasn't vacated?
Where is it at now? Can you explain it? Or show?
They don't, oh, I see it now.
Where is it at?
This is vacated.
This, you say this right here?
Yeah, it's just right, this little piece. Right there.
So it turns back this way, go that way, and then that's still a road?
This right here.
That right there.
We have a descriptive way to describe it.
It's either on section line or quarter section line.
Okay.
So that just goes straight on, is that what that is?
Montgomery Road comes down here, goes this way, this goes over here and stops.
Oh, it's that tree line? Okay. What do we need on this? What do we need to do on this?
Well, we'll do a little bit more research on it, get it described, and then we'll come to you with a, proposed notice of intent. And at that point, we'll publish, once you approve that, then we'll publish that notice of intent, have a hearing, and if anybody is interested, they come in, speak their mind, and then you can decide what to approve.
Well, like I say, Mr. Lavender and his family own all the way around it.
Yeah, I'd
Doesn't look like.
argue with themselves, I guess, but no, they're good. Hey, Andy, what's the deal on the comprehensive plan? What went on? What's going on?
Well, I just spoke with Doug this morning via email. He's out of the office for the next couple of days, but he was going to give me an update later in the week.
Some of the people said they didn't get notified, so how are we going to get these people notified if there's a meeting?
Notified.
Yeah, from last week when we talked, I asked you if everybody got notified, and you said, well, Doug's the one doing that.
Yes. He
But
was going to contact.
But he hasn't contacted them all yet, so where are we at on that?
Well, I could ask him.
Yeah, and then I want everybody that's on that committee to know that it's what's happening, so they don't have any, so they can make arrangements to be at the meet. Is it a Zoom meeting? Is that what it is, or in person?
There'll be a little mix of both all through this whole process.
I know, but have they had the initial one already?
I was told this morning it's a Zoom meeting, the first one, and there's a guy, two people brought it to my attention, and the one that I talked to said he would rather, if we could, have it set up here with a Zoom, and anybody that wanted to come, if they could do it here. If everybody felt comfortable coming, anybody that could, if not, because there were some I told Andy and I talked about this earlier, that some of them, the internet service they have isn't good to get on.
Here?
No.
Oh, where they're at?
Yeah,
Okay.
we've done that before with Chris could set something up here, so you can see it on here, there's a camera on the table, and those who want to come in here can do it here. Those who want to come from home can.
Well, the one I talked to said he would be comfortable with coming here, and then there was another one that he said didn't have home internet service, and I mentioned that maybe we could set it up here if it was okay. And
Do we have a date for that yet?
Not that I've seen.
Okay.
I was thinking probably this week, but we'll see.
Could you get with Doug and set that up or get it set up to where we could have it here?
Have both. They can call in or they can come in. So, I mean, they can reach their Zoom meeting if they have good internet from some places and they may not want to come in. And again, they may all want to get together.
And it'd be good.
That's the best part.
If they are here,
Yeah.
if they're on the committee together,
Yeah.
if
But
they choose to come.
they need to know that it's happening and whether Doug calls or contacts them or not, I think you should email each individual one once you get the meeting, just so they have no reason. They didn't miss the email or anything else, or they gave you a bad email address. Now we got to figure out who it is, get them on the right track. But I just want this to go well.
I do too.
Because we have a chance here. This is, hopefully if we get a good product, it's going to last for a long time. Those years out, those 10 years, 15 years out.
Can you get with Chris then and set this up to where they can do it here and then let them know for us?
I can get with Chris.
And then get with, and let everybody know that it's available here?
Start the meeting, he points to it, and then it goes up there, and the individual people who are here show up.
Right, right.
Yeah, it's easy.
Do you feel like we're getting the proper attention from this company?
Pardon me?
Do you feel like we're getting the proper attention that we need, that we're paying for from this company?
Yes,
For what we paid for.
for what we paid for, yes.
They're a little grumbly about what happened as far as the issue with, this is what we're paying you, and wow, we're doing a whole bunch more work than what we thought, right?
Yeah.
That's what I got out of it too. But if you would, I know that may be not part of what you normally would do, but I'm asking you to notify each one once we get a date set. Once Doug says, okay, we're going to do this, Andy, on the 15th of April or whatever.
That's not a problem.
And just notify each and every one of them and verify, hey, I'm going to be there, not be
Come here
there.
if they want to.
Yeah.
Zoom it at home.
I just want it to be successful and not a bunch of excuses while nobody contacted me. It's better if two people contact them. That's okay. Who cares?
Well, my Zoom capabilities at my house here in Mountain City would be significantly different than my Zoom capabilities where I'm building out on the farm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's what's happened. That's what I was approached this morning with, because somebody didn't have good internet service. And
I just have this big circle spinning around in front of my face. Probably.
Yeah.
then the other guy said that he would be willing to come here if they could too, so.
And like I said, once they know that, hey, you're welcome to come in, and several people are, I don't know if you want to throw that in, Zoom meeting, a bunch of them may show up for it, just to say hi to each other and work on it.
Best.
Yeah,
Because we can get the different pages out and have a big.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate it. You got anything else?
The planning and zoning hasn't been meeting recently because, but when stuff starts opening up, is the board full or do they need to?
I know we got one,
We have a meeting coming up in April.
Right, are we missing people?
isn't it one seat in my district?
Missing one person.
I got one that somebody reached out this morning, they saw on camera and they're wanting it, so I'll talk to him.
Whose terms are coming up that you know of that we need to start looking for replacements or?
In July is when we typically have them come up, but I'll give you the list.
Okay. Because now, I mean, if we know, and maybe we want to reappoint them, maybe, and if if they want to,
Give us a little heads up.
Yeah.
So we kind of, if we need to find.
if we got to go twist arms or, ask them.
There's currently one vacancy on the planning commission, and that's in Danny's district.
Right. She's going to move to the economic development. Teresa Whitaker, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. And that's the only one right now, but you may have some come up for the next year or this year? You got any for this year?
Every year, there's one in each district.
Okay.
That needs to be reappointed.
Okay.
And replaced.
Okay. So yeah, that would be interesting so we could start working on it. I know, Eddie Anderson said this was going to be his last one. That's what he said. And I know his health is come and gone as far as what he really wants to do. And he may want to stay, he may want to go, but I just need to know that so I can reach out and either I'll talk to Eddie about it and then who was the other one that's in my district? Can't think of the second one. Who was the one that used to come in here all the time and he used to come in here quite a bit? I think was he the chairperson?
Bertland? I I think he's in,
No, not Bergen. Somebody else. I can't think of his name, but
well, you got George Teagarden in your district.
yeah, I know George. Yeah. Not George, not in my district, but just in general. Is there a chair for that board?
Fred Count.
No, I know Fred. Yeah. Anyway, I can't think of his name, but anyway, thought there was a couple of them that was going to maybe go off this time.
I'll email you all the list.
Yeah.
And typically, I don't know about with someone else's time frame. I used to always do it in July.
Okay. No, it doesn't matter. I'll never figure it out while I'm sitting here. As soon as we leave, I will. But anyway, it's a very important position to have. So, and we need those people on that committee because, a lot of the things that can happen after this comprehensive plan, they can have some good input on that too. So we want them in there. We want them to do good.
Yep.
That's all I got for them. You got anything for them?
I don't have any. Message from Doug after he left. Year to date, 129 fire calls. During the past week, there was one grass fire, one structure, and one other.
Okay.
What about the Dawson bids? Are they due today?
Next week.
Oh, next week.
And at the moment, I think I still just have one over there, but they still have end of the week to get them in. And then I have it already on the agenda to open them next week. And I think I put it on at 11 o'clock next week. Yeah, that's what I've got at the moment anyways.
And you got Janet Reynolds coming next week too?
Janet, I have on at 10:20 next week.
As far as our, we're going to be starting getting into budget requests and stuff like that, right?
We will, and that's, I was talking to Katie in my office last week a little bit. What I'd like to do is get through the April bills, so I have 4 months worth of information to send out to the departments when they get ready to work on their budgets. And again, with me being off some of this time, I'm gonna have her probably send information out for me, but I'm gonna get everything I can prepared ahead of the time that I'm off. And then there'll be some reports that need to be run after she closes the month of April to incorporate all those bills. But I'll have all the information ready we can run those reports and she can get them out to the departments. And, if they get them the first to second week of May, then I would guess before the end of May, you'll have people starting to come in with some of their requests. But yeah, we need to move as quickly as we can on it. I mean, another option would be I could do them after we close the March bills, but then they only have 3 months of information to work with, and I don't know.
We have to have it by when, July or June?
We need to be able to publish our budget by about the 1st of August. I typically like to have all of it where the initial presentation's been done to the commission by at least mid-July, and that gives me a couple more weeks to work on pulling it all together in the budget form and bringing it in to get it ready for publications. I'm hoping we can get most of them done during June. There'll be a few, and typically one of the last ones that I have information on for you is the employee benefit budget, which is one of my due, and I try to hold off till the last minute on it to make sure where our health insurance renewal numbers are coming in and work comp rates and where all this stuff's gonna be, and if they're I have to look at all the other department requests to see if we're looking at adding people, cutting people, because all that affects that budget. So that'll probably be one of the last ones we get to, and it'll be a big budget. But
How do you feel about, I've mentioned a few times, like, when people start coming in for their budget, requiring them to come in more than just budget, for their budget. Can we require them to come in every so often and update us, kind of tell us what they're going on, what the money's being spent on?
Well, I think you can do that anytime you want to. Me personally, I'm worried about how much it's gonna bog down the meetings and make them last all day if you do too much of it, but I mean, I get the point too, I want to know what's going on.
I just don't like how we come in one time a year, ask us for money, and then we don't even see them ever again until the next year. How do you guys feel?
On certain ones, yeah,
The in-county stuff, like the employee benefits, I mean, I get that.
Yeah,
I'm talking
like-
like big companies out of town,
I don't think you'll get juvenile courts or somebody's going to come in other than once a year to report, and then probably don't really. You said on that board?
yeah. Yeah.
So you kind of, some of the boards that we sit on, we can probably update better than what we're doing, like I could on area of aging, and you could on yours, and you could on yours eventually. But yes,
Time tomorrow morning, I could visit.
with some of the,
Just call over and set up time or.
I mean, I'd like to see people, come in and tell us, what they're spending their money on, how things are going for them, what they need in the county, what they're doing in the county.
and then Jessica Hightower certainly can give us an update on that money that we give them every year, that economic development money that we give each town, each city, every year. She can update us on, and she does.
So is there a way
Tells us-
we can kind of organize that or let them, people know, or how do you guys want to do that?
I think we're just gonna have to do it as a group right here, because he's probably,
I mean, when you send out their, don't you send them out forms or something for their budget
Well, I
request?
do to the county departments, but like the other entities, I don't really send anything.
You're talking about the historical society and things.
Well, I
like
mean,
that.
yeah, like SCK mental health.
Yeah, we've got several of those. They typically just send me a letter sometime in the spring. And
right.
They're, everybody's
request a
kind of
time.
just in the county that need our help or whatever.
And I don't generally have a lot of contact with most of those agencies. I relay what I get onto you guys and we go on, but.
It's gonna, how we give the cities the infrastructure money. I would like to hear from the cities and know what they're doing with that
Yeah.
infrastructure money.
But she does, but that's what Jessica's done in the past. Comes in and says, they're gonna take this $25,000 and they're gonna build sidewalks, because this is what the money's designed for. She's briefed us on that from time to time. I don't know if every single one, but I know last year she came in several times to talk about it. But like,
Like the administrators for each city or the mayor, I'd like to see them.
I think we should,
Let us know.
honestly, we tried to get a mayor's meeting. We had a couple of them, but that's all we've been able
Seeing
to
when there's
do.
an issue and they don't like what we're deciding, that's about it.
Well, yeah, but I don't know if all of them are employed somewhere else and they're just filling in.
A lot of them are.
Yeah.
We tried that, you go clear back to the, early nineties when I was mayor here. We tried to get, not with the county, but just a mayor's meeting going on like once a quarter.
Yeah.
I think it started out, there were 3 of us that would get together out of at that time it was 6 instead of 7.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, surely somebody in their
Yeah.
department, they can,
And after about a year of it, it just kind of died off because nobody wanted to keep coming to meetings.
Yeah. Yeah.
so if there's something we could do on that, I'd really like to see that.
We may be able to do a mayor's meeting at a different time. Instead of during the commissioners meeting, maybe we could do a special meeting in the afternoon, late evening or something, when they're off work for sure and they're not in their own city meeting.
I mean, if there's an administrator that could come in and talk to us, I hate how they come in and ask us for money. We don't even know their name or what they're really doing in the county, and then they go on and we give them another whatever money next year. I just hate that. That's not.
I think we can do I know we can do the mayors. I just think our administrators are both. Do it in the evening one day, a quarter or something like that, if that's something you're really wanting to do. Versus, because most of them, not most of them, because I don't know any of them, what their jobs are, if that's the only thing they're doing because they're retired. But Cindy Smith and Deb Wilson up there in Lynn Valley and Lacine, I'm sure they would come to a meeting. And I'm sure that Kevin would come over from Prescott and if we ask them to and give us an update. But we owe them an update too, then, if that's the case.
No, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know what he does.
Yeah.
He's definitely not a retirement age person.
No.
Is you got anybody from Pleasanton Museums? Is Allie coming down to talk about the trading post or?
I think she texted me, told me she was on the schedule for sometime soon, right?
Yeah, she is. I don't remember which week.
Okay, so she is. Okay. And we don't think we're going to get anybody for Old May. She's just kind of, her health's bad.
I know there's a lady that works with her. I'll talk to her.
See if she can come down.
Allie's on the 12th.
Okay. Okay. Does anybody got anything else?
I just look at the whole business that, like, as far as the ambulance barn and life scene.
Yeah.
Um,
I just didn't want to bring it up. I really did. It's not a good condition. It's not in good condition over there, and we got to do something with it. I know. Is the question is what? And it's not our building.
I haven't been up there yet.
You need to go by there. I think you'll be totally in agreement with. It's a disaster.
Yeah.
It's just an old garage that they've stuck some whatever in it to keep it going, and
we had some plans floating around at one time over.
we did over at KDOT, and as you go in, this like past Ames, you know what I'm talking about. Either put a double wide or have something built there, a structure, and use those two of those bays for ambulances. And
Is there anything we can do to get moving forward on that, Jackie? I mean, do you know?
The only thing I kind of slowed down because the price of material went through the ceiling.
it is.
We waited a little bit.
Kind of a bad time to build right now for what it's
Well,
costing.
we may just have to look at. I don't know why we haven't even at least considered the modular type homes. That might be the way to go in this case.
Just attached to the back.
You can breeze away or whatever you want to do to it. Yeah, figure out a way.
How many square feet we're looking at?
Well, there's normally two people there, so we don't need to be elaborate.
2 bedrooms.
Yeah.
Kitchen,
Kitchen.
dining area, and
Yeah.
some type of living room area.
Yeah.
We just have to have a
Bathroom. I mean, it wouldn't have to be big.
controlled space for the ambulance.
2-bedroom and a bath. I mean,
Yeah.
Controlled.
Just need,
We need
probably need some laundry facilities in part of it.
Like, doesn't
Yeah.
the ambulance have to be in a controlled?
But you know, those units pretty much come with that stuff.
Yeah,
In the existing
so it wouldn't take a very big structure to do it.
Yeah.
You just definitely need
think
separate
used or
bedrooms.
new or what?
Well, yeah, I'm not opposed to it used if
It's
it,
FEMA.
or, but we bought a used building. And it didn't go so well. But who sells those over in Harrisonville or somewhere?
There's one in Harrisonville,
One
there's
in
one in Joplin,
Clinton.
down by Pittsburgh.
Yeah, so they're around.
Several around.
At least get us some pricing on it. I mean, it would be much easier and faster and cheaper probably right now with the cost of everything. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So that's what I think we should at least look into first. What do you think?
Yeah, I just like get a few plans or options and try to move forward on it. At least get a good plan and figure out from there.
Anything else?
No.
What else you want to talk about real quick? 'Cause you don't want to go home.
No, I'm good now. The
No.
the sewer.
The meal site you're still working on, right?
Yeah, I'm working with their. Yeah,
Okay. I'll leave that alone then.
it's gonna, over my dead body. It's gonna work.
And David, you'll help me out on the sewer fees. Did we ever come up with something that you can think of?
I don't think we've ever really looked into it that much. It's just been there that we thought we ought to look at the Centerville sewer fees and see if they needed to change.
Can we be better in a couple of weeks?
I think the building codes can, as far as I'm concerned, we'll let that be part of the comp plan and see if there's something serious. Right.
There's just, can we get the new person on it and get what's first? What's opened up, we're behind on that building.
Okay. Okay.
We'll catch up in a few weeks, get a new person on it, then. That's one thing on the, I think I want to get Chris really, Chris about on this, employee handbook, the IT part, he's got some definite ideas on. We don't have the same problems with them.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye. Meeting,
Is there any meetings going on tonight?
12, and that's the ladies?
No, that's our.
Who's the ladies? Not that you should know.
Isn't that today or tonight?